You may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, Assistant State Attorney. Mr. Baez, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, we are. Good morning.
Good morning. Just remember what I told both sides. There's something we got to do either before this week is out. Approach the sidebar. I don't need the court report. Okay, who will be the defense's first witness?
Our first witness will be Maureen Bottrell.
Okay, let's return the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay, does the state recognize the presence of the jury? And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Baez, you may call your first witness, sir.
Your Honor, the defense calls Maureen Bottrell.
Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Just read, please.
I'm Maureen Bottrell. Last name is B as in boy, O-T-T-R-E-L-L.
May it please the court.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ashton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Bottrell.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what your occupation is?
I am a geologist forensic examiner with the FBI laboratory in the Trace Evidence Unit.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I've worked for the FBI for 16 years now.
And has it always been in this position?
It has.
Okay. And can you give us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science in geology and a master's of science also in geology, both from the University of Georgia. I've taken numerous training courses in various types of instrumentation and also in the analysis of particular types of materials. I've also participated in various continuing education programs since I've been employed with the FBI.
And the actual title that you hold is what exactly?
Geologist forensic examiner.
Okay. And have you taken any additional courses in geology and as a forensic scientist in geology?
I have taken additional courses specifically in the analysis of soil materials and also in using particular analytical techniques for the analysis of soils.
And in addition to that, have you lectured or given any types of training on the topic?
I have lectured numerous times and given several training courses, both in forensic geology for other people and also in the use of particular types of instrumentation.
Have you published any work on the topic?
I have. My most recent article was a review article for glass analysis.
Okay. So, if I understand you correctly, your specialty doesn't only deal with soil and minerals, it also deals with glass as well?
That's correct. As a geologist forensic examiner, my main duties are the analysis of geologic materials like soils, rocks, minerals, gemstones, and those things that we make out of them that are very like artificial rocks. So things like glass and building materials like cements.
And have you testified as an expert witness in the area of geology?
I have.
Where and how many times?
I have testified approximately 40 times, and that has been in various locations, both in federal and state courts, including here in the state of Florida.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to have Ms. Bottrell entered as an expert witness in the area of geology.
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of geology. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. How did you get involved in this case initially?
I received evidence in this case as part of the regular analytical process at our laboratory. The evidence was sent in. We determined that geologic examination might be useful, and so it was sent on to me.
Okay. And why does the FBI have geologists on staff?
Well, for a geologic examination, what we're typically doing for forensic purposes is a comparison analysis. Could two or more materials have come from the same source? So is the soil that I'm finding on one thing, could it have come from this known source that we're looking at? So the example I usually give is that if a burglary took place and somebody walked across a lawn, I might get their shoes to see if they had soil from that lawn that was the same, in which case we can't eliminate that as being a possible location. The other types of analysis that we do are provenance studies, which they will send in materials to us and we will try and tell you where they came from. So I might get a soil and they might want to know where on in the state or the country this could possibly have come from. And we'll do a geologic analysis to try and pinpoint the location. The other types of analysis that we do are when we get in materials and they don't know what they are, we'll try and determine what they are and report back on what we found.
And how is this done?
This is done with standard geologic analysis that is used by geologists all over. We start out by looking at some of the more obvious things with the materials that we get. First of all, we'll look and see if the object that has been sent into us actually has anything on it that we can compare. So if we get a pair of shoes and there's no soil on them, our examination is complete. But if there's soil or something else like that on there, we will collect it up. And then we'll start doing the analysis. So we start with the obvious things. What is the color of this soil? What is the texture of this soil? If we're doing a comparison, if we're looking at two different colors of soil, well, they couldn't have originated from the same source, and our examination will stop at that point. If they're the same, then it'll go on, and we'll start looking at some of the more detailed textural features. Not only just things like whether or not the samples have the same grain size. Am I looking at sand compared to gravel? Again, those would be different, and our analysis would stop. But also with microscopic features that we might see, like how rounded are the individual sand grains that we're seeing? Do they contain inclusions of unusual materials? Things like that. We're doing that sort of comparison. The final step in our analysis is going to be the determination of what minerals we're actually looking at. So what is the actual composition of this soil? If all those things are identical, then they could have come from the same source. And we will report it as being that source cannot be eliminated as a potential source of this material. With provenance, we're looking at different things. We do the same type of analysis with color, texture, and mineralogy, but the aim is to try and figure out where this could have been. So we're looking for any unique type of minerals or sets of minerals that would tell us that this was in a particular location. So that's the type of analysis that we're doing. And usually this is accomplished with light microscopes. We'll use a stereo binocular microscope, which gives us relatively low power, up to about 400x. That's 400 times magnification of the materials. We'll look at it under that. And also with transmitted light microscopes. So we're actually looking with a petrographic microscope, which is a microscope set up with particular optical properties that allows us to identify minerals.
So the instruments that you use to identify these types of soils are two different types of microscopes. One that transmits different lights and a stereo microscope. Is that correct?
Typically, yes. We do have other instrumentation at our disposal, but we only use that rarely when at need.
And how many geologists are employed with the FBI?
There are 3 of us.
Okay. And did you receive evidence in this case from... I'd like to actually refer you to your report dated March 4th of 2009.
Okay.
If you have that in front of you, that might assist you in being able to answer some of the questions that I'm going to ask you.
I have that report.
Did you receive items from the Pontiac Sunfire vehicle with the Florida tag G63XV, which, Your Honor, for the record, both the state and the defense have stipulated that this is Ms. Anthony's vehicle?
I did.
Okay. And what exactly did you receive from the vehicle?
I received debris that had been collected from the trunk and areas in and around the trunk of the car.
Okay. And did you also receive a shovel?
I did.
And, Your Honor, for the record, both the state and defense have agreed that this is the shovel testified by Brian Berta.
That's correct. Okay.
And did you receive items from the Anthony home at 4937 Hope Spring Drive, which consisted of shoes?
Yes, I did. I received shoes and also what was identified to me as being a transport bag.
How many pairs of shoes did you receive, if you can
There were
look?
22 pairs of shoes.
22 pairs. Okay. And did you then receive items of evidence from evidence markers from the location off Suburban Drive where Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains were recovered?
I did.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your conclusions were after you examined these and conducted your tests?
If I may have just a moment with counsel.
Yes.
As to the soil samples, there's a stipulation that the soil samples were taken from the scene after the top layers were scraped away.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. After
All right. Thank you.
plant and other items were taken. I'm sorry, we interrupted you. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what tests you ran and what your results were?
Well, for the material that came from the trunk of the vehicle and for the soil, I was being asked to do a provenance study. Where did these materials come from? And in the car, 2 of the samples, there was insufficient material for us to actually examine it and do a good provenance study. So those were set aside. With the remaining sample from the trunk of the car, it was a mix of materials, which is not uncommon out of the trunk or floor mats of a car. But because the material was mixed, we were seeing things from multiple different sources. You can't really do a good provenance study because you can't unmix those to tell where each individual component came from. I can't know which ones, which components belong to each location. So those samples were not suitable for a provenance study. Let me
stop you there. So as it relates to the car, there was nothing that you were able to identify that was able to connect the car to the scene of Suburban Drive.
There was actually no comparison done between the material and the car to the scene.
Okay. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem. And for the shovel, again, we were asked to do a provenance study. Where did the material from the shovel come from? And that study was underway when the body was found. And so the provenance study was stopped because they were looking for a potential location for where the body was from the material off the soil. And since the body was found, that examination was no longer needed. So that examination was stopped before it was completed.
Is that all you had on that topic, on that item of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this while we're on that topic. Were you ever asked or instructed to go back to try and compare anything from the scene to that specific shovel?
No.
And you can go on with the next example.
And for the shoes, the majority of the shoes either had no geologic material on them. In fact, some of them appeared to be unworn. Or the material that was on them was so limited that we couldn't do a comparison. 3 pairs of the shoes had some geologic material on them that we could actually do a comparison. And of those 3 pairs of shoes, the material that we recovered from them is different from the crime scene. So it could not have originated from that location.
So if I understand your results correctly, most of the shoes were clean. They didn't have any soil materials or anything. They appeared to not even have much wear and tear. Is that correct?
Some of them appeared to have been unworn. Some of them had been worn, but there wasn't very much material on them. There were only 3 that had a significant amount of soil that we could actually do a comparison with.
And the only 3 that appeared to be dirty, the soil from there differed from the soil off the Suburban Drive.
That's correct.
Okay. Are there anything other items or any other exams that you did?
There was also the transport bag that was examined, and there was insufficient material in the transport bag for comparison.
And the reason you test the transport bag is because you want...
Could counsel specify which item that goes with? I'm not sure what transport bag that is.
Absolutely. The transport bag was the bag that the shoes came in, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And the reason that you test bag is because some of the soil might fall off of the shoes and end up on the bag.
That's correct.
And were you able to have anything from the bag that could assist you in connecting Casey Anthony's shoes to Suburban Drive?
No.
Were there any other examinations that you did?
No, that was it.
For this. Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly. Does your examination establish that the 3 pair of shoes you did examine had never been at the location on Suburban Drive?
No, you cannot determine that with a soil comparison.
Explain to the jury why.
There's many things that can happen with soils as well as with shoes as you come in contact with the scene. You can walk across the scene and not have any soil transferred onto the shoes. In which case, when we do an examination, I won't see any soil and will not be able to connect you to the scene. You can also walk through the scene and have soil transfer, which then later falls off. Soil easily falls off of shoes, especially if it's a very sandy soil. So you would not, it's not preserved on the shoes. So again, there would be no material that I could actually compare and connect it back with that scene. Or you can walk across an area, you can get soil on your shoes, you can walk someplace else, get more soil on your shoes, and now I'm seeing a mix of multiple materials, and collectively they will not look like the original location. Or alternately, you can have never been there. But of all four of those possibilities, I can't tell them apart scientifically. So I can't know which one of those mechanisms is in place. And if I can't tell, then I can't say that they were never there, because one of the other three possibilities could have been true, that no soil transferred, or the soil fell off, or the soil became contaminated with other material.
So the absence of soil is meaningless in terms of establishing someone's presence or lack of presence at a particular area.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Ma'am, you're employed by the FBI to look for evidence, are you not?
I'm employed by the FBI as a geologist forensic examiner, yes.
And the purpose of you receiving all of these items was to look for evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did not find any meaningful to connect Casey Anthony to Suburban Drive.
That's correct, I didn't.
And you can only testify about science and actual items of evidence that you actually recovered, correct?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. Can you testify to anything other than science and items of evidence that you recover?
No.
And those scenarios that you just testified to for Mr. Ashton, those are all speculation, correct?
Well, those are all possibilities that could happen. And if I were to choose which one was in place in this case, that would be speculating.
Okay, exactly. And that's not what you're doing here today. You're not speculating.
No, I'm not.
You're only looking at the items of evidence that you searched for, correct?
I'm only looking at the items of evidence that I received and testifying to what I found.
Exactly. And not to any other speculation.
No.
No further question.
Okay, will the witness be excused?
As far as the state's concerned, yes.
Defense? Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
The defense may call in the next witness.
The defense would call Madeline Montgomery.
We approach sidebar as witness coming in just to
Yes.
place on the record.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Madeline Montgomery, Madeline, Montgomery.
Good morning. May it please the Court, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Montgomery.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them what your occupation is?
Yes. My name is Madeline Montgomery, and I'm a forensic toxicologist with the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I've been employed by the FBI laboratory for 15 years.
And could you share with us your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry from the George Washington University, which is in Washington, D.C. I've also taken graduate level courses from the George Washington University in forensic chemistry and forensic toxicology.
And have you received any additional training in forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have received training by the FBI as well as by different instrument vendors that we work with in forensic chemistry, and I've taken continuing education in both forensic chemistry and in forensic toxicology.
And what is the difference between toxicology and forensic chemistry?
Forensic chemistry is a very broad subject. It could include anything from arson testing to explosive residue testing to analysis of a sample suspected to be a drug. Forensic toxicology is specifically the study or detection and study of drugs and poisons in people. So I analyze things like blood, urine, hair, and autopsy samples such as liver and brain for the presence of drugs and poisons.
And how are you normally approached to do this? Is it through the FBI or through state agencies or medical examiners' offices? How does the work come to you?
Well, in the work that I do, I would say more than half of the work I do actually supports local and state investigations. We have equipment that not all state and local forensic toxicology labs have. So we have the ability to do more sophisticated testing. So we may get involved for specific requests if a local medical examiner or state forensic lab can't do the analysis. But then we also support FBI investigations all across the U.S.
And have you done any or published any work in the areas of forensic chemistry or toxicology?
Yes, I have.
How many articles or publications have you?
Just guessing, I would say between 10 and 20 peer-reviewed, published journal articles.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I am an active member of both the Society of Forensic Toxicologists and the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists. I serve as the secretary of the Young Scientist Committee on the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists, and I serve as the executive secretary on the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Toxicology.
And could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Toxicology is?
Sure. Scientific working groups are different groups of professionals that are trying to set the standards for their field. So for our toxicology working group, we're trying to gather all the different types of forensic toxicologists. Everyone from the people that do driving under the influence testing to the people that do coroner's work to try to set standards for the minimum levels of education, the minimum types of quality assurance that are needed in the lab, just to make things equal across the field.
And have you testified as an expert witness in the areas of forensic chemistry and forensic toxicology in the past?
Yes, I have.
How many times and where?
11 times.
And where?
I've testified in numerous state courts, federal court, and in military court.
Judge, at this time, we would ask that the court recognize Ms. Montgomery as an expert witness in the area of forensic chemistry and toxicology.
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Montgomery will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic chemistry and toxicology.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to refer to your report of March 13th, 2009. Do you recall receiving items of evidence to test?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what exactly was that, or were those items?
I received a hair sample to test.
And this would be the Q59 hair mass coming from the remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
That is correct, yes.
Judge, there's a stipulation between the prosecution and the defense that this came from the area of Suburban Drive?
Your Honor, the item is in evidence, so I don't think a stipulation is necessary. The jury heard testimony. If we could just refer to it by its evidence number.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what is the evidence, state's evidence number? Okay. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, as it relates to evidence item 271, what instruments do you use to test hair?
Well, as far as biological samples go, hair is actually fairly complex. So the first thing we do in the laboratory is we have to, what we're interested in is any chemicals that might be within the hair itself. And that's because chemicals can be incorporated into our hair as it grows. So we need to get to the inside of the hair. So we will physically break apart the hair, in this case with liquid nitrogen, which makes it very cold and very brittle, so it'll break on impact, and we make it into a dust. Then that dust is extracted overnight in a chemical solvent, so that any drugs or poisons that we're interested in will be leached into that solvent. Then the next day, we do further purification techniques on that solvent and make what we call an extract. And then that extract is taken along with samples of known blank hair and hair that we've added drug or poison to, which are our control samples. Those would all be taken to the instrument that is called a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer.
Okay. And do you have training on the liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is your knowledge of utilizing that device extensive?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And tell the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury what you tested for.
In this case, I was initially asked if we could test for alprazolam and clonazepam.
And what are those?
Alprazolam, you might know, is commonly known as Xanax. That's one of the prescription names. And clonazepam, you might know as Klonopin. They also have other names and can be sold as generics. But they are from a class of drugs called benzodiazepines. They can be used to help someone sleep, to help calm them down. And they can also be used before surgery, again, to help calm someone down.
Okay. And what were the results for those two drugs?
The testing I did for those drugs was negative in the hair sample.
Now, I know I'm going to butcher the names of these other drugs, but please bear with me. You were also asked to look for a drug, Fluniz. You can help me with the rest.
I can help you. The initial testing that was done was for, as I said, the alprazolam and clonazepam. While this evidence was in the laboratory, we were already validating a new method that included not only alprazolam and clonazepam, but 9 other drugs. And this method was superior to the method we were currently using. So the timing worked out so that while we still had the evidence in the house, I was able to test it again, to look again for the alprazolam and the clonazepam, but this time at much lower levels. And then I looked for 9 other drugs as well, which included 8 drugs in the same class as the alprazolam and clonazepam. They're called benzodiazepines. It would include other benzodiazepines such as diazepam, which is Valium, flunitrazepam, which you may have heard of. The media calls it roofies, or the date rape drug. It's one of the drugs associated with sexual assault. And then a series of other benzodiazepines and their metabolites, or the chemicals that our body breaks them down into. And then the last drug that is in the method that I looked for is called ketamine, which is a veterinary tranquilizer that is also abused in the club scene and used for its hallucinogenic properties.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other drugs. Is that correct?
That's correct. 10 benzodiazepines plus ketamine.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the results were when you searched for those drugs?
My results were all negative.
And can you explain, you mentioned that you had a new technique that was even more sensitive than the one you had previously had. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How much more?
On the order of about 10 or so.
Okay. 10 times more?
10 times more sensitive, yes.
Okay. And were there any other drugs that you tested for?
No.
Okay. And as far as this report is concerned, were you able to, I just want to double check, make sure. As far as this report is concerned, did you test any other items?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, you can't testify as to anything outside of the results of the tests you did. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you can't guess whether how much use would be required before these drugs would show up in the hair, can you?
Objection leading.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
You don't know how much exposure a person would have before these results show up, do you?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The thing about hair testing after limited exposure is that even in controlled studies where someone is given a known amount of a specific drug and then their hair is tested, we're not always able to detect the drug in the hair. So the answer is, I don't know. There is no, certainty with how much drug someone needs to be given or needs to take before it will show up as positive in their hair.
And you can't speculate as to whether it's 1 time or 20 times before it actually shows up, right?
No, I cannot.
All you can say is we do these highly sensitive tests and they're either positive or they're negative.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
All you can say, well, let me rephrase that. Is all you can say that you did these tests and they came back negative?
That is correct.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, in summary, the negative result is forensically meaningless. It doesn't mean the person wasn't given the drug. It doesn't mean they were. It just doesn't mean anything.
It means that I did not find any evidence of the drug having been given, correct?
But it still could have been given and not shown up in the hair.
That is correct. Hair is not the best sample for drug exposure.
So in determining whether someone has been given a drug or not, a negative result really doesn't answer that question.
No, it's not.
And even if it did answer the question, it only tells you historic use of drugs. It doesn't give you chronic use of drugs.
Well, it depends on how testing is done. If you were to test someone like me with long hair, I could look at the length of the hair to look at different time periods of exposure, and that would indicate if I was positive down the entire length of my hair that I was a chronic user of a certain drug. But in this case, the hair was such that we had to look at it in bulk, meaning we had to look at it as one sample. So even had it been positive, I wouldn't be able to say when or how often the person was exposed.
And if someone were exposed to something and died immediately or very closely, it wouldn't appear in the hair anyway.
That is correct.
And you're not able to test for chloroform, are you?
Not in hair samples, no.
Is there anything about your findings that would have indicated that this child drowned?
I have no expertise in that area.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Ms. Montgomery, what other kind of meaningless work do you do at the FBI?
I don't feel that any of my work is meaningless.
Okay. And the chloroform that you test, the reason you didn't test for chloroform is that study, that type of analysis is not done by your lab, correct?
We don't look for chloroform in hair samples. We will look for chloroform in liquid biological samples, but not in hair.
And you were made aware that Dr. Goldberger was the one that was doing that, correct?
Objection. Hearsay.
Judge, do you have knowledge as to whether that was done by another scientist?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, this is an expert witness who is...
Sustain.
Now, the reason, obviously you testified that certainly your work is not meaningless. The reason that you do tests is to search for evidence, correct?
We do tests to answer questions, yes.
Yes. And in this case, you had a sample, you did the test, and the results came back negative.
That is correct.
No further questions.
Okay, may the witness be excused.
As far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
The defense may call in the next witness.
Raise your hand, please. Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Sigman, S-I-G-M-A-N.
Dr. Sigmund, how are you employed, sir?
I am a faculty member at the University of Central Florida.
What is your highest level of formal education, sir?
I have a PhD in chemistry.
You currently, in addition to being affiliated with the University of Central Florida, are you affiliated with any other organizations?
Yes, sir. I have a joint appointment with the National Center for Forensic Science, which is part of the University of Central Florida.
Where did you get your bachelor's degree, sir?
I received my bachelor's degree in 1982 from Southwest Missouri State University.
And your PhD?
In 1986 from Florida State University.
Have you done postdoctoral studies as well?
Yes, sir. I was an NIH postdoctoral fellow at University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and at the University of Chicago.
Can you tell us briefly your history of employment?
Following the postdoctoral appointments, I worked for 1 year as a research scientist at Dow Chemical in Midland, Michigan. Then I moved to Oak Ridge National Laboratory, where I was a staff scientist from 1990 until 2002. After leaving Oak Ridge in 2002, I went to work at the University of Central Florida, where I am now.
Did you have acquaintance by chance with Dr. Arpad Voss while you were at Oak Ridge?
Yes, I've known Dr. Voss during the time that I was at Oak Ridge National Laboratory.
Sir, have you, well, first of all, would you tell me what is a peer-reviewed article?
When we perform research in the sciences, we want to publish that work. We write a manuscript detailing the results of the work. We send it to a journal. The journal will send it out to the article out to our peers who are doing similar research in various institutions, academic, government, people generally who are doing, very highly related work. They review the article, send back their reviews to the editor, and the editor makes a decision on whether to publish the article or not. You do not know who the reviewers are.
How many peer-reviewed articles have you had credit for or contributing to, Doctor?
I believe about 64. I list in my CV 74 peer-reviewed publications, book chapters, and proceedings from meetings.
In addition to all of these peer-reviewed articles, have you made presentations, lectures to professional groups regarding your work?
Yes, sir. Over the time since I received my PhD, I've made probably 140, I can't remember the exact number of presentations myself and in conjunction with my students who do research.
Your Honor, at this time I would submit Dr. Sigmund as an expert in his field of chemistry.
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Sigmund be accepted as an expert witness in the area of chemistry. You may proceed.
Dr. Sigmund, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please, sir, how you first became involved in the case of the state of Florida versus Casey Anthony?
On July 21st of 2008, I was in my laboratory, received a phone call from Eric Walton, who is a officer with the University of Central Florida Police Department, asking me if I would be willing to speak with Mr. Stryker, I believe it was, from Orange County Sheriff's Office regarding taking sampling of air from the trunk of the car that was supposedly belonged to Miss Anthony. I agreed to speak with Mr. Stryker. He phoned me and told me that they had been in contact with Dr. Vass. They wanted to take samples of air from the trunk of the car, but Dr. Vass was not available to take those samples. Apparently, Dr. Vass gave them my name as someone who would be able to take those samples and who was currently resident in the Orlando area.
What, if anything, did you do, sir, after being recommended to go help the sheriff?
The first thing I did was to phone Dr. Vass and ask him what kind of samples he wanted and what sort of sampling methodology he wanted me to use, because I'm aware of his work and I know that he typically uses adsorbent traps. I did not have adsorbent traps, but had other ways potentially to pull air samples from the trunk of the car. So I discussed with him the use of a Tedlar bag to pull air samples and put them in the Tedlar bag. He said that that would be acceptable.
What is a Tedlar bag?
A Tedlar bag is a plastic bag. It's made of a fluorinated polymer. I believe Tedlar is a trade name of DuPont, I believe. And it's a bag that's commonly used for collecting air samples.
Having had that preliminary, sir, what, if anything, did you do then?
We proceeded to Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Stop a second. You said we.
Doug Clark and myself. Doug Clark is an associate who works in the laboratory with me. So we proceeded to Orange County. We took with us 2 Tedlar bags, a gas-tight syringe for pulling the air samples out of the trunk of the car. And we went there and pulled the air samples. We pulled one air sample that was approximately 1 liter of air and placed it in a large Tedlar bag that was designed to hold 1 liter of air. And we pulled 300 milliliters of air and put it into a second, smaller Tedlar bag.
Tell me more details, sir, how you do that. You say pull air. How do you do it? The trunk open or closed? What do you do?
So the procedure for pulling an air sample with a Tedlar bag generally involves using a pump to pull the air into the bag. We did not have a pump, so we used a gas-tight syringe with a metal needle attached to the end of the syringe. When I arrived at the Orange County garage, the trunk on the car was closed. We opened the trunk just maybe an inch, just enough to get the needle from the syringe into the trunk of the car. We extracted the air through the needle and then placed it into the Tedlar bag.
And how many samples of air did you draw for the directions of Dr. Voss?
We took the 2 samples, one approximately 1 liter into the larger of the 2 Tedlar bags, and the second sample approximately 300 milliliters into the second smaller Tedlar bag.
What, if anything, did you do with those air samples in the Tedlar bags?
We left both samples in the custody of the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The larger bag they were to send to Dr. Vass, and the smaller bag they brought to the University of Central Florida, to the National Center for Forensic Science on the following morning, July 22nd, for us to perform preliminary sampling on that bag.
What tests, if any, did you run on these samples, sir?
The first test that we ran, we used a gas-tight syringe to pull 250 microliters of air from the bag, and we injected it directly into a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer to analyze the air.
Doctor, the jury has heard this gas chromatograph mass spectrometer enough to probably say it in their sleep. What is it?
A gas chromatograph is an instrument which is like an oven. It has an oven component. It has within this oven component a very long glass capillary. The capillary in the oven that we used was approximately 25 to 30 meters in length. The interior diameter of that capillary is approximately 0.25 millimeters, and it has a very thin coating on the wall, in our case about 0.25 microns. The sample is...
You're losing. What's a micron, and how thick or how thin is that? Tell us what it is.
A micron is a 1/1,000,000th of a meter, so a 25 micron thick film is 25 millionths of a meter in thickness. The sample is inserted into the instrument, generally by some sort of a syringe. It is passed through this column. The different components in the mixture interact differently with the walls of the capillary, and they separate, the components of the mixture will separate out into bands. After they have gone through this column, they come out into the mass spectrometer, which is the detector for this instrument. When they enter the mass spectrometer, they enter what is called a source. There are electrons in the source that are being accelerated, in our case, 70 electron volts. Those electrons pass very close to the molecules or interact with them and actually take an electron essentially from the molecules that have come off the column, creating a positive charge on those molecules. Those molecules are then directed through a mass analyzer, which basically tells us the ratio of the mass of the molecule to the charge of the molecule. The molecules have a weight, and when they are ionized in the source, sometimes they stay in one piece, sometimes they break into multiple pieces, and based on the pieces that they break into and the mass to charge ratio of those pieces, we then can identify what the analyte or what the compounds were that came off the column.
And is the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer universally accepted as the method of doing chemical testing?
It is a widely used and well-characterized method of doing chemical analysis, especially the electron ionization methodology that we use in the source is very stable and has been used many, many times.
In this particular case, sir, you were about to tell us what I needed in education, what you did.
Yes, we analyzed the 250 microliter sample of air that we pulled in the syringe, and the results that we obtained from the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer showed us that there were trace amounts of volatile organic components in the sample. But the signal was not strong the sample was not concentrated enough for us to achieve what we consider to be a very usable or a good signal.
Now, you tested, if I'm hearing you correctly, one of the bags of the air samples, the other one went to Dr. Voss.
We left the other bag with Orange County. I'm not sure if it was sent to Dr. Voss.
Fair enough. And your test resulted in what, sir?
Can you be more specific?
The test that you did, what were the results? What did you find?
For the test of the 250 microliter air sample, we saw organic components very weakly in the sample. They were components that were comparable to the sorts of materials that you would find, for example, in gasoline or some other petroleum product. They were hydrocarbons.
Gasoline. Ordinary gasoline.
Yes.
And did you find anything else other than gasoline in these air samples, sir?
In the first sample that I've just discussed, the 250 microliters, the sample was too weak. So we took a second sample from the bag, and we took that sample using a different methodology which would concentrate the sample. That methodology for sampling the bag the second time is what is called a solid phase microextraction fiber, or a SPME. And what that amounts to is a very thin glass fiber which has a 65 micron or 65 millionths of a meter thick polymer coating on the glass. That fiber is contained within a metal needle. You place the metal needle into the sample, in this case into the bag. You then extend the glass fiber and let it sit for a period of time, during which organics that are in the vapor phase in the bag will absorb onto that polymer and be concentrated. You then retract the glass fiber into the metal needle, retract the metal needle from the bag, go to the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, insert the needle and extend the fiber, and in the gas chromatograph, the very part where you insert the samples is called an injection port. It is hot, 250 degrees centigrade in our case, and the organic analytes that are adsorbed on that polymer come off and proceed through the gas chromatograph and into the mass spectrometer for analysis.
What were the components that you were able to extract for all this testing?
The second sample from the 300 milliliter air sample was very similar to the first sample, except it was much more concentrated. We had a better signal, and we determined from that if we wanted a really good air sample or a better air sample from the trunk of the car, then the way to do it would be with the solid phase microextraction fiber. The results of that test were again consistent with the presence of gasoline.
Were you able to do a quantitative analysis of any of the compounds found in that sampling?
No, we did not do any quantitative analyses.
What were the compounds that you actually were able to identify through this process, sir?
In the second sample that we pulled from the Tedlar bag using the solid phase microextraction, we identified several components, toluene, some ethylbenzene. We didn't completely analyze everything in the bag because we knew that we could get a better sample, but those are components that you typically find in gasoline.
Did you, in your testing, determine that there was some amounts of tetrachloroethene?
May I access my...
You
my
did a report
deficit?
in this case.
Yes.
And you made, sir, if I correctly, that was dated July the 30th of 2008. Did you send it to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you need to review that to refresh your recollection?
I just want to access it to... Yes.
You may do so, sir.
I do not believe in sample 2, as I recall, that we identified tetrachloroethylene. We did identify it in some additional samples that we took later.
And what were they?
After doing the samples from the Tedlar bag, after analyzing those, on July 22nd, we returned to the Orange County garage with a solid phase microextraction fiber and also a activated carbon strip. We took one sample from the car using the solid phase microextraction fiber being placed in the trunk for 40 minutes, and the carbon strip was also in the trunk for 40 minutes. We took those back to the National Center for Forensic Science. After taking them out of the trunk, we placed them on ice. We returned to the National Center for Forensic Science and analyzed them immediately following our return. The following day, we returned to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. We collected 4 solid phase microextraction fiber samples. The fibers were left in the trunk for a period of 7.5 hours. We also collected that day 2 activated carbon strip samples, which were also in the trunk for 7.5 hours.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I wanted you to tell us what the analytical result was of those tests.
Yes, sir. We returned with the 7.5 hour samples and analyzed them the same day as well. In those samples, the chromatographic data was better, was stronger response than we saw from the samples from the Tedlar bag. There was a pattern, the primary pattern in the chromatograph was that of gasoline. And in looking more closely at the data, we also determined that there was present in the data, in the sample, chloroform, dimethyl disulfide, and tetrachloroethylene.
And were any of those subjected to or capable of being subjected to a quantitative analysis?
A quantitative analysis was not done. A quantitative analysis could have been done. We did not do one.
So the primary substance was gasoline.
Yes.
And then the other 3 that you told us.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what common sources of tetrachloroethene are there that you're aware of?
It's my understanding that tetrachloroethylene is primary use is in the dry cleaning industry. Can also be used as a degreaser material.
I'm not sure the witnesses testified that was found. Tetrachloroethylene, I don't recall him mentioning that as being found. Relevance.
The witness can clarify.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can you clarify your statement?
Apparently it's confused. I didn't understand. What were the compounds that you found in the car, in the air? You said primary gasoline and others. What were the others?
Right. Three other compounds.
Okay.
Chloroform.
Tell us again.
Chloroform, dimethyl disulfide, and tetrachloroethylene.
Okay. And the tetrachloroethylene is what you just said, sir, is used in dry cleaning and spot removers and so forth?
Yes.
All right. And the chloroform is used how?
Chloroform is a solvent that you commonly find in chemical laboratories and has uses also in degreasing applications and that sort of thing. It's also formed in, you find it in natural settings. It's formed from the reaction of oxidizing agents such as hypochlorite, sodium hypochlorite, or bleach with organic components in the environment.
Clorox.
Yes, sodium hypochlorite.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Dimethyl disulfide, you found.
Yes.
And does it occur naturally in substances that the rest of us might understand?
Yes. Dimethyl disulfide is present in onions. It's present in cabbage. It has been reported in soil samples. And it's also been reported in decomposition events as well.
Based on your training, experience, and education, sir, are dimethyl disulfide, tetrachloroethylene, and chloroform sometimes liberated from a decomposition of human remains?
I have not done direct studies on the decomposition of human remains. It is reported in peer-reviewed literature by Dr. Vass and by Dr. Statheropoulos that there are a whole host of compounds that are eliminated or produced during decomposition. Dr. Vass reported in 2008 in the Journal of Forensic Science that tetrachloroethylene, chloroform, and dimethyl disulfide are produced during human decomposition. He listed 30 compounds in his paper, which included those three that he called markers for human decomposition. Dr. Statheropoulos, in a paper from 2005 in the Forensic Science International Journal, reported a list of 86 chemicals that were found evolved from 2 decomposing bodies that had been found in the Mediterranean Sea. Of those 86 compounds that he listed as the most prevalent compounds, 11 were in common with the 30 listed by Dr. Vass. Dr. Statheropoulos did not list chloroform. He did not list carbon tetrachloroethylene. However, his samples were produced from aerobic or decomposition in air. Dr. Vass indicated in his paper that the chloroform and the tetrachloroethylene were likely produced by decomposition under anaerobic conditions without air present. And I find no disagreement between those two necessarily. So based on the literature that I have read from the peer-reviewed literature, I do believe that those compounds can be considered as related to a human decomposition event.
In addition to cabbage, onions, and cleaners and Clorox.
There are other sources for those compounds, yes.
At the end of the day, after your analysis and your readings and your opinion, sir, do you have an opinion now as to whether or not the evidence establishes that there was human decomposition in the trunk of the car that you took the air from?
My opinion is based on the samples that we collected and that we analyzed. And in those samples, the 3 compounds that we just talked about, the chloroform, carbon tetrachloroethylene, and dimethyl disulfide were present, but they were at low, they gave very low responses in the instrument, although we did not quantify the concentrations. And because there are other sources of them available in the environment, based solely on our data from our test, I could not conclusively determine that the presence of those compounds indicated that there had been human remains in the trunk of the car.
And sir, finally, if there were, or were you aware of a bag of garbage that was found in the trunk of the car?
I really have tried not to follow all of the details, but I do understand that there was garbage found in the trunk of the car.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have no further questions. I do have one last question to clarify from your report, sir. How many samples did you take? Air samples?
There were a total of 6 air samples, the 2 Tedlar bags, the 40-minute solid phase microextraction fiber. Sample number 4 was a 40-minute carbon strip, an absorptive carbon strip. Sample 5 included 4 solid phase microextraction fibers, 2 of which were retained by Orange County Sheriff's Office, 2 of which we analyzed at the University of Central Florida, and there were 2 carbon strips, 7.5-hour exposures in the trunk of the car.
From all of those samples, was the primary finding that of gasoline?
That gasoline was the principal chromatographic profile. Principal chromatographic profile resulting from the analysis of those samples could be attributed to gasoline.
And do you know which of those samples or how many of them contain these other substances that we were talking about?
The solid phase microextraction fibers from the 40-minute exposure and the 2 7.5-hour exposures contain the 3 compounds chloroform, tetrachloroethylene, and dimethyl disulfide. We did not see those. I do not recall that we specifically identified those in the samples taken from the Tedlar bag or from the last carbon strip that we analyzed, which we extracted the components off of that carbon strip with carbon disulfide, which is a common methodology followed in fire debris analysis. And in analyzing that sample, we also did not see the 3 compounds chloroform, dimethyl disulfide, or tetrachloroethylene.
Was the gathering of the air with the syringe process as you described for the 2 Tedlar bags done at the same time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Thank you very much.
Cross-examination?
Can we go ahead and take our morning break now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll take a 15-minute recess at this time. may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed. Okay. Madam. Okay, both sides ready to proceed. Yes, sir. Let's return to jury. State recognized president of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination.
Morning, Dr. Signer.
Good morning.
The date that you took your air samples, I believe you said was July 21st of 2008. Is that correct?
That is the date that we took the air samples from the trunk to go into the Tedlar bags, yes.
Right. And that was the first sample?
That is correct.
Now, the way you did it, you just sort of cracked open the trunk and stuck some sort of syringe in it and drew out an air sample.
Yes, we opened the trunk maybe 1 inch, maybe a little further, just enough to get a needle. The syringe actually had a long needle, possibly about an 8-inch needle on it, and we put that inside the trunk and pulled the air through that.
So you did not open and inspect the trunk?
No, we did not.
So you were not aware that the trunk liner and the spare tire cover had been removed 4 days before? You didn't know that?
I did not know that.
So your air sample would have been from the trunk 4 days after the trunk liner and the spare tire cover had already been removed, if in fact it was removed on the 17th, as the evidence has shown.
That would be correct.
How much is 250 microliters? Can you give us an example of we can kind of get an idea what a liter is. A microliter is what percentage or fraction of a liter?
A microliter?
Yes.
Is 1/1,000,000th of a liter.
Okay. So just trying to envision it, you get a 2-liter Coke bottle, half that would be a liter, and then a microliter would be 1/1,000,000th of that.
Right. So, I'm sorry, what was the volume value that you were asking for?
You said 250 microliters was what you drew of air.
Oh, correct. Yes.
I'm trying to get an idea of how much that is.
So, the syringe diameter, internal diameter, would be roughly the size of a lead pencil, and the length of draw on the syringe would have been maybe 1/4 of an inch. So it's not very much air.
So a very tiny amount of air. And then you injected that into a Tedlar bag, or I'm sorry, though that's the one you took back directly to the lab, right? The first sample. I think I've confused you. I'm sorry. The first sample you took, what did you do with it?
Okay, on the 21st, we pulled 2 samples from the car. The first one was approximately 1 liter, and the second one was 300 milliliters, about 1/3 the size of the 1 liter one.
Okay. And those were placed in the Tedlar bag?
That is correct.
All right. And those were then taken to the lab and sampled?
They were held by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and a deputy, or I believe a crime scene technician, Mike Vincent, brought the 300 mil Tedlar bag sample to University of Central Florida on the morning of the 22nd.
And now Dr. Voss had requested that you use a device called a triple sorbent trap.
Yes.
But you didn't have that equipment.
That is correct.
Now, the advantage of a triple sorbent trap is it allows you to test the chemical components of a much larger volume of air, correct?
That is correct. With the triple sorbent trap, you use a pump and you pull air through a bed of adsorbent, in this case, 3 adsorbents, Carbotrap C, and Carbosiv S3. And each of those sorbents in the bed takes out different analytes. And so if you pull 10 liters of air through that trap, then you get the components that are in 10 liters of air.
And the advantage of that is you can, in effect, test a large volume of air by just pulling the air through the triple sorbent trap, depending on how long you let it run and how the pump is set.
That is correct.
But you did not have that equipment or that capability of doing that.
I did not.
Now, in your analysis, though, even of the air sample itself, you indicated that you found some weak signals for organic compounds, correct?
That is correct.
Then you went to the next level, which was the SPME fibers, the SPME for the court reporter. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, those basically, as you described, are fibers that you essentially just expose to the ambient air and allow the chemicals that happen to be in the air to attach to the fiber, correct?
That is correct.
But again, that method, though better than the bag, is still not as a good a testing method as a triple sorbent trap, correct?
It is a different sampling method and will not concentrate as large an amount of analyte. Therefore, you will probably receive a worse signal-to-noise ratio in the instrument response, a lower instrument response from the solid-phase microextraction fibers.
But again, just like with the other method, you're not actually drawing air past the SPME fibers. You're just sort of letting them sit and letting the ambient air absorb into them, sort of.
That is correct.
So that method, though better, still is not as good as triple sorbent trap in finding out what's actually there.
I would consider the triple sorbent trap a better sampling methodology for, especially for components that might be at low concentrations in an air sample.
And would that also be the case for the carbon strips, that this triple sorbent trap is a better method than the carbon strips as well?
That would be correct, yes.
But it would be fair to say that you used the best method that you had available to you in order to try to determine the chemical components of the trunk sample.
That is correct.
Now, your sampling simply tells you what was in the air in the trunk. It doesn't tell you where it came from, correct?
That is correct.
So if there's a particular object in the trunk that you suspected the odor would come from, there are other methods you could use to test those individual items.
If those individual items were isolated, then you could test the air above those items after giving them an appropriate time to equilibrate, and you could test what was coming from those individual items, yes.
Equilibrate means basically you allow the amount of the compounds in the surrounding air to equalize to some extent with the amount that's in the object you're looking at.
Basically, yes, that is correct.
And one of those methods would be to place the item in question in a Tedlar bag and allow it to off-gas into the air for a certain period of time to determine what was in it.
That would be an acceptable approach, yes.
Now, even with the methods that you were able to use, and even with the trunk liner and the spare tire cover gone, you were still able to detect chloroform, correct?
That is correct.
And you were still able to detect the other chemicals that you've referenced, TCE and dimethyl disulfide.
Tetrachloroethylene and dimethyl sulfide, yes. I'm sorry, dimethyl disulfide.
Dimethyl disulfide, I'm sorry. I was scribbling quickly. And you've indicated that even based on that very limited sampling, that those chemical constituents are consistent with the research that's out there about human decomposition.
Those components are reported in the peer review literature as arising from human decomposition.
But as you said, they can coincidentally come from other separate sources.
That is correct.
Now, you mentioned to counsel that chloroform can come from a reaction between bleach, as an example, and certain organic components.
That is correct.
And that's in some literature studying the effects of finding small amounts of chloroform in people that have swim in pools.
I have seen one report, I believe it was from an Iranian journal, that did indicate that there was chloroform in swimming pool water and in people that had actually been in the pool. Yes.
And in potentially hazardous amounts or just in very, very minor amounts?
As I recall that article, it was in very minor amounts, not hazardous amounts.
Do those articles also reflect that there should be other component chemicals created by this coincidental reaction between chlorine and organic components?
If bromide ions are present, that's Br minus bromide, then it can react with the hypochlorous acid, which is from the Clorox bleach in aqueous solution, to form hypobromous acid. And the hypobromous acid, along with the remaining hypochlorous acid, can lead to not only chloroform, but also chloro compounds, methane, containing both bromine and chlorine.
So the reaction, if that were to occur, would create more than just chloroform. It would create other signature chemicals to reflect that that had occurred.
As long as the bromide was there to form the hypobromous acid, yes.
And even in a case of sort of, well, is there any support in the literature or any case reports in the literature of chlorine being caused by a bathing suit being thrown in the back of a trunk?
I'm not aware of any literature discussing that.
Even if you had a coincidental or accidental creation of chloroform through chlorine and these other organic chemicals, would you still expect to find some residual chlorine that had not gone through that reaction and become chloroform?
By chlorine, I assume you're referring to chlorine gas, Cl2, which is the natural form of chlorine?
Yes.
I suspect that particular material would either hydrolyze with water to form hydrochloric acid, which contains chloride ions, or it would dissipate.
Did you find anything in your evaluation of the air sample that would lead you to believe that this chlorine came from some sort of inadvertent reaction between either pool chlorine or chlorine bleach and organic compounds, this kind of accidental thing that counsel was asking about?
There's nothing in our results that indicate the source of the chloroform or the tetrachloroethylene, which are the two analytes that contained chloroform. We simply know they're there. We don't know their source.
Now, when you examined, your background is not in studying human decomposition, correct? Hasn't been your specialty.
That is correct.
When you worked with the trunk and you opened it slightly, did you detect an odor coming from the trunk?
Yes, there was an odor coming from the trunk.
But do you have any background in identifying that odor?
I do not.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Dr. Sigmund, the total number of samples you took, is it true that you found these slight traces of chloroform in only 2 of all of the samples that you tested? The 5A and 5B?
No, sir. The sample, I believe it was number 3, which was the 40-minute solid phase microextraction fiber from the trunk of the car, also contained those components. And the 2 solid phase microextraction fibers from 7.5 hours, which you referenced in your question, also contained those compounds.
The 3 compounds we talked about a while ago?
Yes.
All right. And if I understood you correctly, you don't know the source from inside of any of those 3?
That is correct.
The final word is the main thing that was there was gasoline.
The predominant chromatographic profile was associated with or identified as gasoline.
And this is the report that you provided to the Sheriff's Department 3 years ago.
Yes, sir. I believe on July 30th.
I Thank you very much for your help, sir. I have no further questions.
Reed Cross.
Based on the circumstances of where you examined the car, that it was in a garage, that the trunk liner and spare tire cover had been removed, did it surprise you at all to find elements of gasoline in the air sample?
I would say that I was not surprised to find that, no.
Now, no further questions. Thank you.
May the doctor be excused. Thank you, doctor. You may be excused, Dr. Sigmund.
Thank you.
The defense may call their next witness. You may.
Your Honor, the defense would call Susan Mears.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Susan Mears, SUSAN-MEARS.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Mears.
Good morning.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury again where it is you're employed and what?
I am employed by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and I'm the crime scene supervisor.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you items, photographs, defense CN, CM, and CL. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir, I took them.
And are those items that you collected off of Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe what they are?
One of them is a red World of Disney plastic bag, and contained inside of that bag was a cool blue flavored Gatorade bottle.
And is this a bright red bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do those photos accurately depict the items that you collected off of Suburban Drive?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we would move those three photographs into evidence.
They will be received in evidence as defense number.
CM will become defense exhibit number 30, CN will become defense exhibit number 31, and CL will become defense exhibit number 32.
May I retrieve the items from the witness, Your Honor?
Yep, you may.
And may I publish these to the jury?
You may.
While we're setting this up, Ms. Mears, can you tell me how far these items were from the skull?
May I refer to my report?
Yes. While she's doing that, may I publish these photographs, Your Honor, to the jury? Can everyone see that? Do you have our answer?
Yes, they were approximately 7 inches away.
7 inches away.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the Gatorade bottle was inside of the bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has everyone been able to see? All three. Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination? Witness may be excused. Defense may call in the next witness.
Yes, sir. The defense would call Dr. Michael Rickenbach.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth to help you God?
I do.
Michael Rickenbach, Rickenbach.
Sir, what is your position again? What is your position and your occupation?
I am a forensic chemist examiner within the laboratory division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Your Honor, we would reassert that Michael Rickenbach has been previously designated as an expert witness in the area of forensic chemistry.
That's correct, he has.
Ladies and gentlemen, the certification still stands. You may continue.
Sir, I'd like to direct you to your a report you did in this case dated July 6th of 2009. Do you have that with you?
Do you have a copy? Or
Yes, I have a copy I can give you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Before counsel, could I take a look so I can hold my copy of it?
After you've had a chance to review it, sir, let me know.
I'm ready.
Were you given certain items of evidence to inspect and do tests on, sir?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what were those items?
These items we designated with certain Q numbers. They were a bottle, liquid within that bottle, a syringe with a needle on it, and liquid within that syringe. There was an unknown substance within a bottle.
Object to reference to items that are not.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Object to testimony about things that are not in evidence. Those items are not in evidence. We could approach them.
No. Are they in evidence, Mr. Baez?
Well, they're in the possession of the Sheriff's Department.
No. Are they
May we
in
approach,
evidence?
Judge? I'd like to.
They're not in evidence, objection sustained, but you can approach.
Dr. Rickenbach, I'd like
Just a second.
I apologize.
You may proceed.
Dr. Rickenbach, I'd like to direct your attention to the report that you issued on December 11th of 2008. Do you have that with you, sir?
If you'd have a copy.
Sure. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Did you receive certain items from the Orange County Sheriff's Department?
I received items from my evidence control unit, which in turn received them from the law enforcement agency, yes.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those two items were for that report?
The items related to this report were one car seat, we designated as item Q47, and an item reported as being a steering wheel cover, item Q48, according to this laboratory report.
And, Your Honor, I believe by previous stipulation, these two items were retrieved from the Pontiac Sunfire from the, with the tag number. Is the tag number on your report?
There is no information about a tag number on this report.
The Pontiac Sunfire that belonged to Miss Anthony.
What says the state?
Your Honor, we're just looking. We think that the steering wheel cover may actually be
You have to turn your microphone on this time.
we don't have any objection to proceeding with that stipulation. We're going to check. Think that the steering wheel cover may actually be marked, and the defense can move that into evidence, but we're going to check and see if we did have that marked. But he can go ahead.
You may continue, Mr. Baez.
And what were you asked to test these items for, sir?
I was asked to test for the presence of volatile substances, particularly chloroform.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your results were?
That chloroform was not identified on either one of those pieces of items.
And why would you test a steering wheel cover? What's the purpose of that?
I'm not sure why it was requested. It was just when the items come in with a certain request from a contributor, we perform those tests.
Okay. Were you informed at any time that the purpose was to see if chloroform had been on someone's hands? May I finish the question? Chloroform that might have been on someone's hands would then possibly transfer to the steering wheel cover?
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
Mr. Ashton?
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
It would go to, Your Honor, would go to his items that might contribute to his opinion.
Sustain.
Okay. And the other item that you tested was exactly what again, sir?
Besides the steering wheel
Yes,
cover, was Q47, which is a car seat.
The child's car seat?
Yes.
And you found no chloroform on that?
Chloroform was not identified on that item, no.
Okay. Now, I'd like to direct you back to your previous report on July 609.
I'm sorry, may I clarify? Chloroform was not identified on these samples that I took off of that item. I cannot say for sure that I did not analyze the entire car seat. I took cuttings that were representative of that car seat that I thought, and no chloroform was identified on those cuttings.
Understood.
I just want to clarify that, please.
Understood. And were you also given another item to inspect for chloroform? I believe that's noted on your report of July of 09.
The original report?
Correct. The first report I showed you. I'm going to refer to good, sir. To inspect?
According to this report on July 6th,
Yes.
do you want me to list all the items?
No, just the specific, if I can look at your report again, I can give you the Q number, so we don't address anything.
Yeah, we request if the item is marked, it be put into evidence prior to testimony about it.
Well, he can list what he's looked at, Bill. He can't test it. He can talk about what he's seen, but he can't talk about any results until they go into evidence.
May I have a moment with Mr. Ash?
You may.
Judge, at this time, I would move HR states HR evidence.
Was it marked for identification by the state, but not entered by the state?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It be received in evidence as defense numbered.
Number 32.
Without objection.
Number 33.
Sir, were you given a doll to also check for chloroform?
Yes, a doll was submitted for analysis.
And did you conduct the examination on the doll to see if that had the chloroform on it? And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those results were?
I did receive a doll for the determination if chloroform volatile chemical was present on that item. I took a sampling of that item, and the analysis of the samplings, chloroform was not identified.
I have no further questions for Dr. Rickenback at this time.
Cross-examination.
As to the examination of the doll, was there not an early indication of the presence of chloroform that had to go and get another doll to check? Am I remembering the right item?
When analyzing the doll, there were indications of that chloroform may be present, but in very, very small amounts. I requested that a similar doll be submitted. That was not available. A coworker submitted a doll that she had. I analyzed that. Again, very small amounts of chloroform, related product, and so it just was not enough for me to render a decision that chloroform was identified on that item.
So there was an indication of chloroform, but you
Object about on this and request a sidebar.
You may. You may continue.
If you want to go ahead and finish your answer about your exploration of the chloroform issue on the doll.
What is commonly done is that a negative control is usually run with the same sample matrix. So in this case, it was the fabric or the stuffing of the doll. Because I got indications of possible chloroform, whether it be from the chloroform or from the material during the process of examination producing chloroform, I wanted to get a negative control doll to say if the chloroform maybe just would come from the material itself. And I got the control doll, and it gave very, very low indications of possibly chloroform. So that with the very low amounts within the initial specimen, I was not comfortable in saying chloroform was identified in that item.
So you were able to obtain a doll, but not one of the same make and model good for a doll, but the same make and manufacture. You weren't able to get one identical, but you got one that seemed similar. And since it had chloroform, you were not comfortable in saying that the chloroform in the doll wasn't just from its manufacture.
He's correct in saying that I did not have a doll of the same type, but it's not that the doll had chloroform that I couldn't rule it out. It's just there was small amounts, and it was just too small for me to comfortably say that it could be identified as being a contaminant within the doll.
All right. Thank you very much. That's the only question I had.
Redirect.
So just so we're clear, sir, a coworker of yours has a child that her doll has chloroform on it.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay. You found another doll that had chloroform on it. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. I did not have the data enough to say that chloroform could be identified on either one of those items.
Okay. And that's because chloroform is found in many products.
I'm not sure where the chloroform came from. Chloroform is in other products. Whether the chloroform is in this product, I don't believe so. It may be because it uses heat and the technique, chloroform may have been produced from the material. That's why we use a negative control so that we don't falsely or incorrectly identify something that shouldn't be there.
And chloroform could be found in water as well?
If it's present in high enough amounts for us to detect and identify, yes.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
Could we approach real quickly? We may have a resolution on this.
You may continue.
Yes, sir. Dr. Rickenbach, you also, I'd like to refer you to your report back in July dealing with the Gatorade bottle and the substance that was inside of it. Do you recall those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what were you asked to do in that report?
In the Gatorade bottle that was submitted, there was an unknown liquid within that bottle. Also, there was a syringe with a needle, and there was liquid within that syringe. I was asked to identify or try to identify what the liquid and the two liquids were.
Your Honor, may I publish Defense 32 to the jury?
You offered that provisionally?
Yes, sir.
Any objections from the state?
I believe the photograph is already in evidence.
Oh, it's
Without
in
objection.
evidence?
Yes.
The photograph is, yes.
Well, go ahead.
Yes.
You may. What's the exhibit number?
32.
You may.
Do you know if this is up? Can you? Thank you, sir. Is this, sir, the Gatorade bottle that you tested? Does it appear to be?
It appears to be the Gatorade bottle that the liquid was within.
Okay, and what was inside of it?
You want the results of my report?
Yes. Tell the ladies and gentlemen what you tested and what the results of your report were.
Okay. Just for accuracy, could I get the report back?
I thought I gave it to you. Sorry. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Go ahead and tell the jury what you found.
The liquid within the Gatorade bottle was a whitish, murky kind of liquid. While it was not fully identified, it could have come from some kind of type of cleaning product or cleaning product added to it. Additionally, a mixture of testosterone compounds were identified within that matrix.
And did you find a syringe as well?
There was a syringe with a needle on it within that bottle, yes.
And did you believe the syringe to contain, or did you find the syringe to contain testosterone?
There were within the liquid of the syringe was an oily kind of liquid, yellowish oily liquid, and within that the same testosterone compounds were identified.
Okay. Now, in this liquidy substance, what instrument did you use to detect these items?
The testosterone compounds?
Yes.
There was a technique called gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and time of flight mass spectrometry, which was used to identify those compounds.
And in this liquid, did you also detect very low levels of chloroform as well?
Within the Gatorade bottle liquid, the one that could have come from some type of cleaning material, low amounts of chloroform were possibly present, but they were very small amounts.
Okay. And the reason you did not report those out is because, of course, they were at such low levels, and because they could have come from the cleaning product.
This is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would provisionally move to enter into evidence the items discussed and testified to by Dr. Rickenbach, which are specifically...
I don't believe the items are here yet. I believe the agreement was the testimony was provisional upon the items being placed into evidence at some future point.
Okay.
I do agree with that.
All right.
I have no further questions for Dr. Rickenbach at this time.
Okay. Cross-examination on those issues.
The amounts of, you did not report out the chloroform in your report, correct?
That is correct.
Just like with the doll, it was such a small, minor amount that was attributable to cleaning products, you didn't even report it out.
That is one of the reasons. The other reason was it was more of what compound, what are these, more of an identification, not just specifically for chloroform, and that the request was more for identification of what this compound was.
Were your identification as a cleaning product, was that based upon the mass spectra other than just chloroform, all the elements taken together?
Yes, there were indications that this was a cleaning product, and chloroform has been known to be in cleaning products, so it was not of any really surprise.
So the GC mass spec would give you a total spectrum that would convince you it was just a cleaning product?
The instrument can't identify a cleaning product. It just, based on my examination, the smell of it and the products that potentially came out, it was a possibility that it could have been a cleaning product added or from a cleaning product.
No further questions.
May the doctor be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, doctor. You may be excused. Defense may call their next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
My name is Karen Korsberg Lowe. Korsberg is Korsberg. Lowe is Lowe.
Good morning, Ms. Lowe.
Good morning.
Your Honor, I would ask to recertify Ms. Lowe as an expert in hair and fiber analysis.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Lowe has been previously recognized by this court to be an expert in hair and fiber analysis. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lowe, I wanted to go over some of the reports that you didn't have the opportunity to testify about last time.
Okay.
Let's start with August 13th of 2008.
I'd like to ask counsel to give me the FBI lab number so both the witness and I can pull out the correct report.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the date?
Yes. August 13th, 2008, lab number 0808, 1105, and 6.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Do you have that report, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you tested, where it came from, and what your results were?
There were items of clothing that were identified as coming from Casey Anthony's closet. These items were processed for hairs and fibers, and the hairs recovered were examined for any that exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition, and none were found.
Okay. So the results were negative?
That's correct.
Okay.
So I believe we already spoke about the other two
The other ones
items.
we spoke of already. Were you able to recover hairs from those items?
Yes, hairs were found.
Okay. So is it, in your experience, common that hairs are attached to clothing items or found on clothing items? Found on clothing items?
Yes, it's very common to process things like clothing and bedding to recover hairs and fibers.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to your report of October 15th, 2008. And if I can have a moment, I'll give you the lab number, Mr. Ashton. Sure. Q58. Do you have that report, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. And what were you given here and from where?
This was debris that was identified as coming from a trash box, I believe, from the vehicle. Again, this was examined for any hairs exhibiting signs, characteristics of apparent decomposition, and none were found.
Okay. Now, let's go to October 21st, 2008. And can you identify those items? I'm sorry, Q25. Sorry.
Okay. In this report, I dealt with specimen Q25.1. Was actually a hair recovered when an item in the laboratory was examined by another examiner. This hair was examined for characteristics of apparent decomposition, and none were found.
Could we have an identification of where this item came from?
Yes. Does it state in your report where the item came from?
It's Q25 was one of the pieces of trunk liner.
Okay. So this was an item that was found on the trunk liner, a hair that you examined that did not show any signs of apparent decomposition.
That's correct.
Now, on November 6th, for council, it's lab number 08-110-4009. Can you tell us where these items came from?
They were identified as coming from the vehicle.
Okay. And what were they, and what did you do, and what were the results?
It was 4 items of debris. 2 were identified as coming from a trash bag, 2 from paper towel. Again, they were examined for hairs with characteristics of apparent decomposition. On one of the items, no human hairs were found, and the remainder, the human hairs that were found, did not exhibit characteristics of apparent decomposition.
Now I'd like to take you to November 6th. Now June 25th of 2009.
You may.
Go ahead.
Okay. June 25th, 2009, you received quite a bit of items of evidence, did you not?
Oh, this report covers 5 different laboratory numbers. Yes, there's quite a bit of evidence.
Okay. And let's start from the beginning and work our way through. Okay. The first section shows items from the trash. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would have been trash recovered from the vehicle.
That's how it was identified.
Okay. And what did you do with those items? Well, actually count the number of items and then tell the jury what you did and what your results were.
As far as items that were identified as coming from the trash, there are 12. Items that are just identified as coming from the trunk, there are 8. These were all just debris, so items that were collected, what looked like hairs and fibers were
I'm
collected.
sorry, Ms. Lowe, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
I'm having a hard time hearing.
These items were collected either from trash or the trunk, as how they were identified, and these were examined for any hairs with characteristics of apparent decomposition, and none were found.
Okay, so none of the items in the trash contained any, they all came back negative, the test for that?
If hairs, some of the items actually didn't have human hairs present, but of the items that did have human hairs present, none of them exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition.
Okay. And then you received some items from the medical examiner's office.
Right. The next laboratory number deals with items that were either from the medical examiner's office or identified as coming from the residence.
Okay. Let's start off with the medical examiner's office. What did you do with those items?
Mr. Shaw handled the hair exam portion of this. So these items, I examined any fibers that were present and compared them to known samples of the trunk liner and spare tire cover, as well as some vacuumings recovered from the vehicle to see if there were any associations, any fibers that were consistent between the two, and I did not find any.
Okay, let's break that down a second. You took fibers that were recovered from items that were found from the scene or from the medical examiner's office?
That's correct.
Okay. And these were known to be associated with Kaylee Marie Anthony?
That's how they're identified.
And you checked the fibers from those items and compared them to the trunk of the car?
To fibers either comprising the trunk liner and the spare tire cover or fibers found in vacuumings.
And there was no match between those fibers?
There are no fibers consistent between the two, correct? Or between the sets of items.
Okay. And then you received some items from the residence, did you not?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do with those items?
At this point, the vacuums were not examined. Those were covered in a later report when they were resubmitted. Also with this submission, I was asked to do a fabric comparison between the fabric portion of duct tape identified as being recovered with the remains, and the fabric portion of a piece of duct tape that was identified as coming from the residence. To do a fabric exam, first you would look to see, you're looking at the color, the construction, and the composition. Are the colors the same between the two pieces of fabric as well as the fibers themselves? Are they constructed in the same way, and are they made of the same types of fibers? The particular fabrics were woven, so the fibers intersect. There are yarns that run horizontal and vertical, so I'm looking to see, do they intersect in the same way? Are there the same number of yarns per inch? And then finally, are they comprised of the same materials? In the duct tape that was identified as coming from the residence, the horizontal yarns contain both polyester and cotton, and the vertical yarns contain only polyester. When I examined the tape that was identified as coming from the scene, the horizontal yarns only contained polyester, so I didn't find that cotton component. Based on that examination, I concluded that they were actually dissimilar and not consistent with coming from the same source.
Okay. And then you receive, what about the other items from the residence? Did you receive a vacuum cleaner? Did you receive some vacuum cleaners from the residence?
I did. At this point, they were not examined, and that's covered in my next report.
Okay. And why were they not examined?
They were collected months later, and they were vacuums from the residence, so I questioned whether or not any that I would find would really be probative, but they were resubmitted at a later date, and I did examine them later.
Okay. And then you received some other items from the medical examiner's office, is that correct?
That's correct. The next submission contains items that were identified as coming from the medical examiner's office, as well as the scene.
And what did you do there?
For these items, I examined hairs and compared them to FBI laboratory identifier Q59, which was the hair mass. At this point, we're using this as a known sample.
Could we have the identification of which item she's speaking of?
Sure, the hair mass.
Yes.
To what? But she's talking about comparing it to something, and I think counsel needs
I
to
will.
make clear to the jury what it is she's comparing it to, because we're going kind of quickly through things.
Kind of slow it down so they can follow.
My apologies. Yes, sir. 217, and what did you compare them to? Or you didn't do the actual comparison, did you?
To the items in this laboratory number, I did.
Okay. And what did you compare them to?
There were a number of items of clothing, debris, plastic that were identified as coming from the medical examiner's office, and then numerous pieces of plastic and a blanket, a bag, a tape, and collection paper that was identified as coming from the scene, or were identified with items recovered from the scene.
Okay. And the items that you received from the scene, what did you do with those?
These items were examined for hairs that were present. These hairs were compared to the Q59 hair mass, which again we're using as a known sample for the victim, to determine if there were any hairs that were dissimilar to the hairs in this hair mass.
And did you find any hairs that were dissimilar?
There was one Caucasian head hair that was found on a collection paper, which was microscopically dissimilar to the hairs in the Q59 hair mass. So this hair is not consistent with coming from Kaylee Anthony.
Okay. And that hair that you found, did you then do tests from or pull hairs from crime scene investigators to eliminate them as potential contributors to that one hair that you found?
Objection, Your Honor. We're going to need items and evidence and identification of individuals on this issue.
I think she
This
could.
approach. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take about a 5 or 10 minute recess to take care of some matters right outside of your presence, and we will be back with you. We'll take a 5 to 10 minute recess. You may be seated. Okay, you may be seated. Okay, have y'all been able to come to any sort of agreement on the issues that we've been discussing?
Yes, sir, I believe we have.
We have. The agreement is that counsel will be able to ask the witness the names of the individuals, but the agreement is that not every individual that has contact with it was tested.
Okay. Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
You may continue, Mr. Baez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lowe, I think we left off that you found an unidentified Caucasian hair. One was found at the scene, correct?
One was found on FBI Q number 107, which is identified as collection paper from items from the scene.
Okay. And do you know what those items were?
Specifically what was identified with that paper now.
Okay. Now, that prompted you to then do a further examination of other individuals who were there at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And refer to your report on March 30th, 2008. I'm sorry, not 2000. That would be 2009.
The 2000 report.
I'm sorry, 2000. Okay. And can you tell me who the individuals were that were tested?
I can give you the names. I don't know where they work.
That's fine, names.
Okay. There was a head hair sample identified as coming from Robin Maynard. It's Maynard. One from Christine Mankiewicz, Mankiewiczz. Melissa Cardillo, Cardiello. Sarah Coble, Coerbel. Carrie Wood, Wood.
Is that Kelly Wood?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Kelly. Gerardo Blouse, Bloise. And Jenny Welch, Welch.
Your Honor, by stipulation, both the state and the defense agree that this is not a complete, exhaustive list of everyone that had access to the scene.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And, ma'am, were you able to identify or exclude these individuals as potential donors of this hair?
Yes, the Q107 hair was microscopically dissimilar to the head hair samples that I've previously identified, so it was not consistent with coming from any of these individuals.
So currently that hair is unidentified. You haven't done any further tests to confirm whose hair that is, correct?
It was dissimilar from the Q59 hair mass. The individuals that I've mentioned, it was also compared to the head hair sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony, and it was dissimilar to all of those known samples.
Did you compare it across anyone else other than Kaylee, Casey, and these crime scene people?
These are the known samples that I was given.
Okay, going back to your June 25th report of 2009, were there any other items that actually, sorry, I don't want to bring that up. Were there any other items that you received that you inspected?
And this report covers items that were identified as coming from the scene, some additional items from the vehicle, the residence, and additional items from the vehicle.
Okay. And what did you do with those items?
The items from the scene were examined again for hairs that exhibit characteristics of, items from the scene were compared to, any hairs recovered were compared to the Q59 hair mass to determine if anything was microscopically dissimilar. Aside from the Q107 hair, the hairs were either not suitable for comparison or were consistent with the Q59 hair mass.
Now, you've issued 9 different reports in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And excluding the Q59 hair mass that we know came from Kaylee from the site, how many hairs would you say you inspected in this case that did not have any signs of apparent human decomposition?
That's not a number that I count, but many of the items had hairs present, whether or not they were suitable. So there could be hundreds of hairs, and there was only the one.
Okay. So out of a potential of hundreds of hairs, you only found that one.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's correct.
And these are from different locations, not including the home, the car, and the site off Suburban Drive.
The items that would have been examined for hairs of apparent decomposition would have been limited to the residence of the vehicle.
And that includes Casey's entire closet.
Assumes a fact which are not in evidence.
Sustained.
That includes the clothing items that were given to you.
They were identified as coming from Casey's closet, correct?
Okay. I don't believe I have any further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
The one hair that counsel spent some time talking to you about, the 107 hair, you have no idea. It came from collection paper from some item, but you don't know what item.
That's correct.
You don't know what relationship it had to the scene. You just know it was identified collection paper from something from the scene.
That's correct.
And the hair that you found, which had the apparent decomposition, was reported as being found in the defendant's car trunk.
That's how it was identified, yes.
Do you know whether during the period of time between June 16th and July 15th, let me just rephrase that. You don't know during the period of June 16th to July 15th where Casey Anthony was living, do you?
No, I don't.
So you don't know whether she was living at the house where the clothes were collected. You don't know.
I don't know.
No further questions.
Any redirect on those issues?
Ms. Lowe, if you had been given items from where Casey Anthony was living during those 30 days, would you have tested those?
If they were available, I could have examined them for the same reasons that I examined the other items, yes.
But you were never given anything, were you?
No, sir.
No further.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir. As far as the state's concerned. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe.
Thank you.
Is she excused permanently or subject to recall? I know she probably wouldn't know.
Excuse means excuse. Nobody's put any
Yes, sir.
provisional requirements.
Thank you.
Subject to recall, but can she return back to her? Yes, she can return back home. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our presentation for the day. As I indicated to you, I have an obligation, and I will see you in the morning, and we will extend our working hours on Saturday. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Okay. On Friday, Mr. Baez, I'm going to ask the defense to give me their best guesstimate of when you think you will conclude your presentation. This is not designed to rush you. It's just simply giving me an idea. And the reason I'm asking the question is the state has indicated in conversations at sidebar where you were present that they intend to present some rebuttal testimony. So I want them to have an idea when they would need to be prepared to have their rebuttal. And we'll go from there.
I'm happy, Your Honor, to give everyone that professional courtesy.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any okay. I will see you in the morning. We will start testimony at 9 o'clock. If you have any matters, we will take those up at 8:30. Huh?
Just thank God it's Wednesday.
And there's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And Monday, Tuesday. Pardon? It is what it is, Mr. Mason. Okay, court will be in recess until 9 a.m. for testimony tomorrow, 8:30 for other matters.